Queenie. And with that, I will call to order the regular meeting of the Mono County Board of Supervisors today, December 14th, 2021. And Supervisor Dugan, could you lead us in the pledge, please? Thank you.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to our first agenda item, which is an opportunity for the public to address the board. Do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, I will be unmuting Eric. Eric, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Eric Edgerton here from Walker, Colville. I'm the owner and operator of Tilt Farms. I've just concluded my third season of operations, and my time and effort training my local experienced staff on horticulture and plant production has paid off. All my successes are due to my dedicated staff. I just like to thank them. The 2021 season was not without challenges. The major challenge that I am facing, I hope this Board of Supervisors can help me with. The cannabis industry is in a state of collapse. It is experiencing dramatic wholesale price declines. These price declines are requiring the farmer to sell their products at or below cost. Over the weekend, I drafted a letter to you, the Board of Supervisors of Mono County. Hopefully everyone received it. Within this letter, it explains how the pricing of our products have decreased and the state taxes have remained flat. There is a movement to correct these taxes. A resolution has been drafted by the cannabis industry asking Governor Newsom in the California state legislature to suspend these taxes. I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to agendize this topic and discuss. Joining other jurisdictions across the state of California, suspending the cultivation tax will help operations like mine survive this collapse. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Do you have any other public comment?
Could I make a comment?
Yes, Supervisor Peters.
Can, hey, Bob, CAO Lawton, can somebody look into what the request is that's just been made by Mr. Edgerton and the viability of bringing it back as an agenda item? So
sure.
We can discuss it. I know it's an issue throughout the state, and I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I did ask for that as well in email, that we would put this on correspondence received, and then hopefully under there we could consider bringing it back in a January meeting for consideration. Was my request. So I'm with you on that. I see other heads nodding. So,
thank you very much.
Yeah. Any other public comments?
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you, Queen. We'll move on. Recognitions, we have none today. So then we get to item 3, our County Administrative Officer report. And that's you. Good morning again, CAO Bob Lawton.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thanks very much. I'd just like to start out this section with the same message I offered during public comment at the Economic Development Corporation meeting. Just a reminder to the public that because of the inclement weather and the uncertain state of road closures. In fact, I spoke to Public Works not too long ago, and not that there's a road closure in effect, but it's really dicey between June Lake, Levining, and Mammoth at this point. So I've advised department heads that they are free to provide services remotely today. The Civic Center is not expected to be unlocked or open today because of the inclement weather, but we will be providing whatever services we can via telephone and email and so forth. So folks will still be working. During the past week, I had my regularly scheduled meeting with Mammoth Lake's town manager Holler. We discussed an upcoming joint town-county meeting in January, at which, in addition to the items that are that members of the council and the board would like to bring up, it's our intention to discuss emergency management. We had a meeting of Mono County workforce well-being, and one of the items I want to bring back to that committee is restarting our employee recognition system, including but not limited to, obviously, commemoration of years of service, but also the notion of initiating an Employee of the Month program. The negotiations are underway for collective bargaining, and I've been participating in prep for that. The SCOG JPA meeting last Friday, some discussion about with Principal Planner or Planning Director Sugimura about revisions in that office during the next fiscal year and perhaps later this year. It was also my pleasure to administer the oath of office to two new employees Monday. They're new in the sense that they're finally permanent and full-time. They had been serving us in temporary and part-time capacities. Stephanie Frank joins us permanently as a fiscal tech specialist in the clerk's office, which is bringing that office up to full capacity for the first time in a while. And Laverie Chavez, who is joining behavioral health permanent full-time as a service coordinator. So it was a pleasure to visit with them and welcome them to the county government. And then finally, we're working with County Council and Social Services. Working with County Council and Social Services on developing a structure for public conservator, public authority, public guardian services here in the county. Are there any questions this morning, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Bob. Any questions or comments for CEO Lawton? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And we'll move on then to our department and commission reports. Do we have any department or commission reports this morning?
There are a couple. I'll be promoting Justin Nalter first in his solid waste superintendent role.
Thank you. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Wanted to make mention of a neat program that has come up. The Mammoth Lakes Police Department and the Mono County Sheriffs are working on a Christmas tree pickup program. And the Solid Waste Division has partnered with them to try to help accommodate for this. They're raising funds for their Explorer program, which is a really neat program. I'm sure they could give you a lot more details about it. There are flyers that are available, and this will be the first first and second week of January that they go around community to community, pick up Christmas trees on the front end of your driveway. If you want to know more about it, I would encourage you to reach out to Chris Walston, and he can give you all sorts of details. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions or comments for Justin? I don't see any. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Okay, I'll be promoting Sheriff Braun next.
Good morning, Sheriff Braun.
Good morning, board. It is a lovely snowy morning here in Mammoth, and I came on 2 reasons: to tag on to what Justin Nalder was talking about with the Explorer program. Our Explorers is a opportunity for kids, I think it's age 14 to 18, to get involved with law enforcement. And it's a combined effort between the Mammoth Lakes Police Department and the Mono County Sheriff's Office as a program for kids to get involved and learn more about law enforcement and what that looks like. And they are a 501c3 nonprofit. And so if anybody's interested in that Christmas tree collection program, you can contact the Sheriff's Office, Deputy Walston or Deputy Belcher, or the police department, Police Officer Hanson can give you more information about that program. And it's a great way for them to raise money and for people to get rid of their Christmas trees in a environmentally conscious way. So I really appreciate Justin for bringing that up and the Explorer program for thinking of it. And then, as CEO Lawton said, stay home. Anybody who's thinking of going outside. It took me an hour to walk around the block, came across 2 stuck cars in my neighborhood here at 8,000 feet. We've had probably 3 or 4 feet of snow, and it's not passable, it's not drivable. So I want everybody to, if they can at all manage it, don't go anywhere. Stay home, build a fire, get your shovels out, and do your best to not be part of the problem. If you look at our Facebook and Instagram, I put up my favorite sign of the year, which is carry brains. Instead of carry chains, carry brains, and be smart if you have to go out. That's what I have to share.
Thank you, Sheriff Braun. Any questions or comments for Sheriff Braun? All right, thank you. Stay safe.
I'll be promoting Agricultural Commissioner Nate Reed next.
Hey, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning, Nate.
Morning. I just wanted to share with your board sort of an exciting project that Mono and Inyo counties have been included on. We have a committee in my association that approves special projects of statewide significance, and I happen to chair that committee. And San Joaquin County got some funds to work on this project, and they needed a rural county to provide input as well. And so I said, well, I've got 2 for you. And so what this is it's a project that's developing a program that helps first responders when they are responding to an emergency that may involve pesticide use. And so it's tablet-based or phone-based or desktop-based, but if you have a phone or tablet and you come onto a scene, it will know where you're at, and you can click the area where the property where you're going to be going, and it'll provide first responders with contact information as well as some use information so that they have some idea of what pesticides may be in the area. And we're looking to add to the capability as well. And so that's why we're looking for input from counties on this. And so as I said, San Joaquin County and Mono and Inyo are going to be the counties that provide the initial feedback on this. And so I just got the last of the paperwork on the program yesterday and access to it. And all of our information's loaded. And so in the next week or so, I'll be contacting some first responder agencies, volunteer fire departments, and things like that to talk to them about taking a look at this program and providing some feedback so that we can build something as usable statewide as possible that is applicable from urban areas to rural counties. And so that's what I had to share, and just was sort of excited being a part of that project, and happy to answer any questions you might have on that.
Great, thank you for bringing this to us and getting us involved. Any questions or comments for Nate? I don't see any, but so thank you, and keep us updated.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Queenie. With that, we'll move on then to our consent agenda, and we have 5 items. Is there anyone wishing to pull any items on this? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as stated in the agenda.
I'll second that motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Supervisors Gardner and Peters. Do we have any public comment on any of our consent agenda?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, then roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Great, thank you. We have no correspondence received under agenda item 6 today, so we'll move into agenda item 7A, which is our COVID-19 update. We have a PowerPoint that we received, and I know we have our Public Health Director, Brian Wheeler, with us today as well. If we could promote him, please.
Good morning, board. Sorry, technical difficulties, working from home, shoveling in between sessions. I hope everyone's well today. Why don't we go ahead and jump into the PowerPoint, Queenie?
Sure, I will pull that.
All right, this is our COVID update for December 14th, 2021. Next slide. All right, so our total cases, you can see as of yesterday when we put this together, was 1741. It's a 12.5% increase over the last 30 days. And our case rate down a little bit at 50.1. Next slide, please. And here's just a graph depicting our progress up and down over the last several weeks. You can see the week before the week ending the 27th, we did finally rest at 66.5 and dropping down to the 50.1. So hopefully that trend will continue. Next slide, please. And here are just the numbers by week. You can see 49 is the number for the last week, which gave us that 50.1 as far as our adjusted case rate per 100,000. Next slide. You've all seen this before. This is the CDC guideline for masking that we are currently following. Next slide. So the hospital still remains in green status. There are currently no hospitalizations. Next slide, please. So fully vaccinated, we are up a little bit at 67.7, with 7% of the population partially vaccinated. Our Latino population is at 67.6, Caucasian population at 64.7, multiracial 68.6, Native American up a little bit at 57.1, and Asian American population 73.8 fully vaccinated. Next slide, please. Next slide, Queenie. Did I freeze?
No.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Never sure.
That's me. I'm so sorry, but
No,
my
it's okay.
internet
I
is
wasn't sure if it
unstable,
was on.
so
No worries.
yeah, just a heads up.
All right, so our 5 to 11-year-old group are 22% fully vaccinated now, with 11.5% being partially vaccinated. The 12 to 17-year-old group, we're at 61.2 fully and 7.3 partially vaccinated. 18 through 49, you can see, is at 78.3 fully vaccinated and 8.1 partially vaccinated. 50 to 64, we're at almost 70%, 69.3, with 4.6% partially vaccinated. And then our 65 and above category, we have 63.4% fully vaccinated and 5.7% partially vaccinated. Next slide, please. Boosters, so we are currently at 2,634 plus COVID-19 boosters administered in Mono County. Next slide. All right, so we do have some updated information on the Omicron variant, which is B.1.1.529. As you know, it came out of South Africa and Botswana in November. And the first case was reported in California in the United States on December 1st. As of yesterday, 30 states have identified the variant. Little bit of good news, most cases seem to be mild. The Pfizer data suggests that the mRNA vaccines are effective, especially if boosted. There's some actually new data that came out this morning that if you have, and this is out of South Africa and Israel, and it looks like if you have 2 shots of an mRNA vaccine, the effectiveness against infection drops down to 33%. The protection from severe disease and hospitalization is still pretty good, but does drop to about 70%. So, getting that booster will help elevate those numbers. So again, just encouraging everyone to get a booster if you already haven't. The next slide, please. And there are some steps that California is taking as far as the variant, more genome sequencing. In fact, I got a bunch of genome sequencing back, not a bunch, it's only a handful actually. But it's still indicating there was no indication of the variant here as of yet. It was all still Delta, which is still the majority of cases across the country. They've bolstered up efforts for at the airports and screening. So we're getting notifications from the state if there are out-of-country travelers, and they're pushing for people to get boosters and mask. Next slide, please. All right, so this is a little bit new. I had to add this yesterday after our state meeting. I'm sure you are aware, but the state has put into effect a universal masking mandate for all indoor public gatherings from 12/15 through 1/15 of 22. Also, indoor mega events now require PCR testing 2 days before the event, or antigen testing 1 day before the event. They put a travel advisory for anyone coming to the state of California. They suggest that you get a COVID test 3 to 5 days after arrival. These measures are due to a 40% increase in cases since Thanksgiving. And I think that is my last slide. Certainly answer any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions for Brian? Well, I have one, Brian, and
Sure.
so we have a policy right now in place regarding masking that follows the CDC. But then now there's the CDPH, more local state masking policy, but we're following the CDC, right? I mean, there's no difference, but we need to keep in place.
Right. There's no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't know if we needed, I mean, if there was a cost to keep our policy in place, if the CDC has a policy, or the CDPH, or is it, I just didn't know about the redundancy and hierarchy and how.
Sure. The CDPH recommendation is only for a month. And it's, based on, that rise in cases, where ours is ongoing and based on our case count, basically, our adjusted case rate. So, ours stays in effect. It really doesn't affect how we operate. It is just the statewide mandate. It could help with some of our travelers or visitors during that time period. They will know coming up here that, across the state, that there's a mandate.
Okay, great, thanks.
Mhm.
And it is good news, and I don't think we should brush over it, that this new variant is less, has less severe impacts to folks. I saw that in Jennifer Burrow's report today too. So I think that's great that we're getting that message out to help calm people's nerves and fear. Any public comments on this item?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Brian, for the update.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item, California Immunization Local Assistance Grant, and that's with Brian again, I believe. We have a recommended action to approve the grant agreement number 17-10332-A03 and authorize the chair to sign the amended contract on behalf of the county, and provide authorization for public health director to sign future amendments to the grant that shifts funds between budget categories without changes to the grant allocation. Brian.
Hello, good to see you all again. Queenie, can you promote Stephanie Butters, please?
Give me just a moment.
Sure. And I'll apologize now. I'll be reading my notes off my cell phone because I don't have multiple screens today. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, so good morning. This is a request for a signature on the third amendment to the Immunization Local Assistance Grant, which is a 5-year grant agreement where 21-22 is the final year of the agreement. For the 21-22 fiscal year, in addition to the normal annual grant allocation of $34,075, the immunization branch has awarded an additional $21,692 and $543,799 for COVID activities, referred to as round 2 and round 3 funding. Work plans and budgets and additional funding were approved by the grant agency, and appropriations request was included and approved during budget adoption in June of 2021. In August of 2021, the county was notified of an additional funding award in the amount of $543,799 for COVID-19 activities, referred to as round 4 funding. Work plans and budgets were submitted to the county and approved by the grant agency and were submitted for appropriations request for use of additional round 4 funds on November 2nd, 2021. The majority of the additional COVID-19 awarded allocations is for personnel costs, as programmatic grant reimbursement is still down due to redirection of staff to COVID activities. Some round 3 funds have been allocated to new vehicles to replace our existing aging fleet of vehicles, which was included in the 2021 budget adoption. We will be bringing back to the board an additional limited term position request as well that will be funded 100% through this round 4 IZ funding grant. While grant funding agreement does end on the 30th of 2022, we need to encumber the entirety of the award in the fiscal year of 21-22. We have received guidance that any remaining funds from this round 4 will be rolled over into future years as far out as June of 2024. The agenda request is for officially the signing of the grant agreement. Did I get that right, Stephanie?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for Brian or comments on this item? Do we have any public comment on this?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, then I'd look for a motion for the recommended action as stated in our agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Supervisors Gardner and Dugan. A roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Brian and Stephanie. Appreciate all your work on this. We'll move to our next agenda item, which is a proposed ordinance adding chapter 20.10 to the Mono County Code, open range and excluding additional portions of the county from territory devoted chiefly to grazing. Okay, and I know we have Nate Reed, our agricultural commissioner, with us again on this item. We do have a recommended action to introduce, read title, and waive further reading of the proposed ordinance and provide any further feedback to staff. With this, I think I'll hand it over to Nate to kick this off.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
good morning.
I also ask that Christy Milovich from my office be promoted. Excuse me, Nate, I'm sorry. To panel.
Thank you. Okay, Nate.
Yeah, good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. I will also apologize. It doesn't appear that my camera is working. I'm also off-site because the new Bishop building is leaking water everywhere, and so they're working on trying to clean that up. So as you remember, there was an earlier workshop with your board where staff was directed to bring back more information at a later date regarding amendment of the Mono County Ordinance that outlines territories chiefly devoted to grazing. And so these amendments would include some additions to the list of parcels excluded from open range. So as you know, the entire county has been declared open range, and there's specific exclusions in this ordinance that take certain parcels out of open range designation. The additions that were discussed at the time after the workshop that covered what open range is in Mono County included privately held parcels in the Birch and Flat area. So staff from the Ag Commissioner's Office, County Council, and Community Development has worked together to provide your board with a draft updated ordinance for your review and direction. And then additionally, since the original workshop, I managed to reach out to the livestock operator and the U.S. Forest Service who leases the grazing lands in the area. I did have a hard time getting a hold of the operator. We had some old information, and I apologize to them for that. But we dug out an old physical Rolodex and found an email that worked. And so we were able to contact them, although it was, I would say, I believe Thursday of last week before we were able to do that. So I think either the entities, the grazer and the Forest Service, might be interested in providing comments to or answering questions for your board on this matter. And I do believe they're on the Zoom today to check the list of attendees. But let's see. At any rate, I believe that they are in the attendees. There should be a Chris, well, we can get to that in the comment, I guess, but a Chris Lesnar, and also see if I'm seeing the Forest Service. I don't think I'm seeing him. So I can give you some feedback that was given to me by them. The Forest Service indicated that the changes, any changes to the Mono County Ordinance wouldn't not change the terms of their leases in the area. And so they did not feel that changing anything in the open range designation would have an effect on their lease terms. Also, the staff from the Forest Service indicated that if needed, fences could be built, but they didn't feel that it was appropriate to fence the area. They just didn't feel like, you know, we need more fences, I guess, is how I'd sum it up. I know that the lessee also indicated in a few conversations with me that they didn't really seem to realize there was issues. And so there may have been some contact with somebody else in the family in years past, but the current, I guess, person managing the Grazing or the company did not get contacted by the property owner in the past and felt that, you know, these issues could be resolved. And so that I hope that, you know, if they're on the call, they'll provide comments to your board to help us move forward with this item and find a pragmatic solution to these issues. And so with that, you'll find that there's a draft ordinance that was crafted by County Council, and thank you to Christy for that, attached to this item. And the goal there is to satisfy recommendations during the earlier workshop. And so I guess at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Christy with County Council to see if she has any additional information that she'd like to add.
Thanks, Nate. I don't really have anything to add. I think the purpose of today's meeting, and obviously I deferred to supervisors and Stacy Simon if she has comment, is to hear from the public and to hear from the various parties, you know, their opinion on the ordinance as drafted. The ordinance adds a new chapter to the county code. It consolidates our previous ordinances that had exclusions of land from the open grazing policy. The ordinance in front of the board today has additional parcels excluded, and we have consolidated it into the Mono County Code. I think, yeah, Nate mentioned all of the issues with the fencing, the Forest Service, and I don't really have anything further to add. There is the issue that Nate and I discussed briefly about stray animals. If we were to change the designation and any stray animal would be on, you know, go onto the land of one of these non-grazing properties, that non-grazing property would have to take some care to not injure and harm the animal and to contact the appropriate authorities to ensure that that animal was taken care of and removed, you know, safely and properly. So that creates a little bit more of a burden on those property owners, but not much. So I think it's just worth mentioning. But other than that, nothing else.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll go to public comment and then come back to the board. So if you have any public comment, please raise your hand.
Will, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, thanks. My name is William Osborne. I live at 293 Mom's Ranch Road in Bertram Flat. I've been a property owner here for 7 years. I'm also a business owner here in Mono County. So this is not a new issue. In about the year 2010, I spoke with Fred Fullstone, who ran FIM Corp at the time. And I heard a lot from him about, oh yes, this wouldn't be a problem. All of this would go away. He'll talk to his shepherds and have this trespassing. That was empty rhetoric. At the same time, I started talking to the U.S. Forest Service. We reviewed the grazing permits. I asked that they contact the grazer and try to intervene. That's gone nowhere. In 2013, I filed the Freedom of Information Act, U.S. Forest Service, to obtain a copy of the complete contract. It's not publicly available otherwise. And from this, we can see that our properties are included in the grazing area. In 2014, I filed a report with the Mono County Sheriff about trespassing. This is not stray animals we're talking about. This is a shepherd actively guiding a flock of 900 sheep across my property, damaging the property, leaving mountains of feces. In 2016, U.S. Forests, I contacted the U.S. Forest Service and asked to be included in any communications regarding the permit. I wrote a letter as per their instruction and never heard from them again. The Forest Service did reply and said that they can't do anything until a NEPA study is completed by 2025. This was 9 years, that would have been 9 years in the running. And in 2021, we contacted an attorney to see if there's any way out of this. And what we realized is that Mono County's already addressed this issue with other property owners in Swagger and Devil's Gate, down by June Lake and Mammoth. And those are these pre-existing ordinances. We're only asking for our property rights, the same property rights that those property owners were granted. We see no reason why our property should be included in the grazing area. If FIM Corp intends to not graze on our private property, they shouldn't have a problem with this ordinance. And just let me be clear, this isn't about a stray animal, 1 or 2 animals wandering on. We have video evidence of these shepherds actively grazing their 900 sheep, a burro, a pack of dogs across our property repeatedly, and after they've been asked. And FIM Corp has taken no action to prevent this in the 17 years that I've owned this property. So I ask that the board grant us what we are due in our property rights and pass the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Chris, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. This is Chris Lanasar with FIM. This situation has been new to me, as Fred, has run this operation for many, many years and worked with many employees, sheep herders, camp tenders. With him passing on, I, myself, and my mother have tried to take this operation on and continue with it. And as of now, these issues have not been brought to our attention, and Fred had not shared these issues with me. So I feel I'm late to the game here in understanding these issues, but I believe that there can be a solution to concerns that are out there. Like I said, I just don't know what all of those are at this point.
Thank you, Chris.
With that being said, we would request that the board table this until, we could be involved in something where all concerns of all property owners are expressed. And we've always felt that if there is damage up there, to contact us. I don't understand why we have not been contacted on it. I don't understand why we were not included as a party on the workshop that took place about a month ago. I guess I don't know what day that happened. I don't know why we have not been included in receiving the agendas with these specific items on them. The last agenda we received for today's meeting was a partial agenda, I understand, where we only received the economical development portion of the agenda. So we are not opposed to finding solutions for concerns and problems that are out there. I have not had a lot of interaction with these people that have these concerns. I have arrived to the range to find destruction on our end, our property. Our sheep camp was completely destroyed by a vehicle. You know, close to $2,000 worth of damage. Ran over everything the guy had, his tent, his bedroll, his cot, his fresh food, his canned food, his cooking stove, his solar panels for his devices. And at that point, upon arriving to that scene, we were yelled at, cursed at, told keep our sheep where we need to be. I can understand that. Having somebody approach our sheep herder, firing shots in the air from a rifle, pointing a rifle close enough to the sheep herder that he has to put his hands out, deflect the rifle up and tell him to stop. That is not a way to pursue solving these issues. So again, I'll state it again that, you know, with the passing of Fred and Fred managing this business and us continuing to move forward and take it on, we have always been open to working through problems and trying to find solutions. And I hope that that's the way we can move forward with this.
Thanks again, Chris.
There are no other hands raised. Actually, there are a couple hands that just came up. Give me a moment. Susan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. My name is Robert McMahon. I'm Susan's husband.
We can't hear you very well at all.
Hi, my name is Robert McMahon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better.
I'm a property owner at Bircham Flat, Susan's husband. I have observed large flocks of sheep on my property, and I recommend an amendment to the ordinance to exclude this area from grazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon.
Grant, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, my name is Grant Kowalczyk. I am a landowner at Bircham Flat and a veteran. I don't see the point in tabling this ordinance or the amendment thereof any further. If the corporation is willing to not graze on our property, I don't see where the amendment would not hurt them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
George, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is George Mead. My wife and I own the property out at 391 Mom's Ranch Road. And I just don't understand what Mr. Leisner of Film Corporation was bringing up. It seems to me that it's just a matter of common courtesy that if you are a rancher, that you would keep your animals off of someone's private property. that being said, what we are asking for is something that Mono County has done several times before, amend the grazing ordinance. And this is because we have residential properties out in the Birch and Platte area, and the amendment as written is trying to dovetail in on what is previously written for the adjacent area for Devil's Gate and Swatcher Creek. This just seems really basic to me. I'm not aware if any of you members of the Board of Supervisors or county staff would like to have sheep grazing on your property. I imagine that is a unilateral no. So we just have a very simple request. So we ask that you do not table this matter, and let's move forward and approve it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, George.
I do see Chris's hand raised again. So shall I go ahead and?
Yes.
All right, Chris, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, we agree. Our intention is not to be grazing on land that is not a forest service. We agree with that. Without clear markings and structures out there, such as fences, sometimes that is very challenging. Can we meet with the property owners and get markings or get understandings of where, you know, without a fence there, it's very hard to keep animals on, you know, one side of what you may call a line. And when there's multiple boundaries around that area, it's very hard for a sheep herder to watch multiple boundaries. So with the open range definition and understanding that I had, that people, if they didn't want livestock on their property, that they had the responsibility to fence out. So without having a face-to-face meeting with any of these people, it's hard to kind of interact and communicate what's going on and see if there's a resolution out there.
Okay, so I see a couple hands raised again. So shall I just let everybody go through and respond?
I may jump in on that just to advise the chair. It is the board's pleasure whether to allow multiple comments here. There's no obligation to do that. And if you do not wish to turn the board meeting into a debate between the property owners, you are free to just simply request that they talk with each other and schedule a meeting to do that. But it's up to the discretion of the chair.
Thank you. I think I'll look to Supervisor Peters. This is in his district, so, and I know he's been, you know, working to get this agenda item back to us. So Supervisor Peters, what's your preference?
You know, I think the issue of the fence or markings is what specifically these commenters want to comment on, because that had not come up before. It would, I would like to give them one more shot at it. None of them have been really filibustering or taking multiple amounts of time. So I think it deserves a little bit of response from the property owners to that one point, if you will allow, Chair.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I think we have only three people with their hands raised at this time. So yes, please, let's proceed with listening.
Okay, William, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thanks. I appreciate being able to reply to this issue. Of course, we know this open range issue well. No trespassing signs are required every quarter mile along the property boundary. And those signs have been erected there for many years. Neighboring properties, the same thing. And I can tell you with great certainty, the shepherds have guided the sheep past those no trespassing signs. actively guiding the sheep past them across the private property. These signs are very obvious. So this is a hollow excuse. And I think, I think what I hear is the representative from FIM Corp trying to backtrack and say we should fence our properties. Of course, you all know that the Mono County Board of Supervisors agreed to a parcel map in this area that excluded fences, and there's good reasons for that. We don't oppose that, but trying to make excuses that we should have fences or that we should use signage, this is just more hollow rhetoric from the grazer. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
George, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hey, this is George again. I would just like to concur with everything that Will just said, and I would also like to add that several years ago, there was a large project undertaken by the Forest Service throughout their jurisdiction in California, and there are additional signs along the boundary between public and Forest Service property throughout Bircham Flat that clearly delineate all of the property boundaries. These are in addition to the no trespassing signs. So it is very, very clearly marked. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Grant, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what all of our fellow landowners have said, that yes, sheep have been actively guided across signage which state no trespassing, and the around gates that are on roads to limit access to our property, and the addition of it would be extremely hard to have missed all of the National Forest Service signs that were erected roughly every 40 yards from one another. So the property is clearly marked. It's been clearly indicated to any person that no trespassing is allowed, and to be specific on the mom's front, they put a sign up that said no grazing in Spanish. So we've made it very clear that we don't want grazing on our property through passive means. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. That looks like it for public comment. Is that right, Queenie?
Yes, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna turn this over to Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, so first of all, I think that the process that led us to today with staff's help with Nate and County Council, contacting the Forest Service and allowing, it to be clear that precedent exists in Mono County to remedy an issue just like this when, in an open grazing county, there is over time change on the landscape with private property and development. And this action today we've heard today from the Ag Commissioner, Nate Reed, that it would not change the lease with the Forest Service. It wouldn't change the practice of grazing in that area. I do not support amending the resolution to or the ordinance to exclude grazing from the area. I support grazing, and I support the traditional ranching, grazing that takes place in Mono County and North Mono County. But this is a way to, I believe, address the concerns of property owners who have over time attempted to coexist and work out solutions. That this just formalizes the fact that grazing is not permitted on private property as it wasn't before these ordinances existed, but it gives the property owners some other means to, should there continue to be the practices that are that have been alleged and that potentially have occurred, that they have a ordinance to speak to the exclusion of grazing on their properties. And that's why I support this and would like to see it move forward today. I understand that things changed within the FIM corporation, but there's still plenty of opportunity to get together with the property owners and talk about future practices and how to coexist peacefully up there when grazing takes place. Doesn't change the fact from yesterday to today that private property is excluded from grazing. Even in an open grazing county, that is, the right of the property owner is to, accept or not a commercial grazing operation on their property. And clearly they are not interested in the grazing that has occurred in the past on these parcels. So, I'll be happy to, hear what my fellow supervisors have to say about it, but I support this. I'm prepared to move it forward and make a motion in that effect.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. I too support this and think that this is the right thing to do. As you stated, Supervisor Peters, there's opportunity still. This doesn't preclude folks from talking to one another and being neighborly.
Do you need a second for your motion, Supervisor Peters? I'm happy to second the motion. Just want to add that I do hope the parties can work together more amicably. I'm disappointed to hear. I know it's a frustrating situation, and really encourage both parties, the residents and the sheep grazing company to work this out outside of this meeting. Thanks.
Any further comments or questions? We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Gardner.
I'd like to ask County Council, how will this be enforced? I mean, what happens? We put this ordinance into place. What happens if it's not adhered to? How is that enforced?
I'm going to let Assistant County Counsel Christy Milovich respond to that. Thanks.
Hi, thanks. I will punt this back to Stacy Simon, County Counsel. I'll say before she says anything, it's extremely difficult to enforce, as all of these things are. So it does become an issue. The ordinance as drafted obviously excludes these delineated parcels from territory chiefly devoted to grazing, but unless somebody's out there enforcing and recording, it becomes an issue. So yeah, it's difficult is my response.
Thank you, Christy. And I'll go ahead and add to that. This is not something the county enforces. This is an issue between the two, between the property owners. I was going to say between the two camps here and the grazers. So our ordinance sets a legal backdrop against which they resolve their issues with each other, but Mono County is not involved in enforcing these ordinances.
Could I add something to that just real quick? I think it's an important point. Is that the code, the California code grants this authority that enables this process in the counties. You know, and council can correct me if I'm wrong, but it does specifically deal with stray animals. And, you know, it's Mr. Osborne made a comment earlier about this is not stray animals. These are entire, you know, groups of animals. And I think that that's sort of a different issue than what the enabling code was designed to deal with. But I, you know, I just wanted to make sure that that point was made, that, you know, there is some frustration. Well, I had some frustration with this, you know, wondering just exactly, you know, is this any kind of solution at all? I think that no matter what, on the enforcement question, this is and will remain a civil issue.
I guess that's my concern, is that we can pass this, but fundamentally, the parties need to get together and agree to not have the sheep be on private property. And this ordinance can be symbolically supporting that and legally supporting that. But in truth, the solution to the problem does not appear to be this ordinance. It appears to be people getting together and talking and resolving the problem, an issue we have in many places. And I would strongly encourage the parties to do that, not through email and not through, you know, other less effective measures, but sitting down and working it out. And that's the solution to the problem that clearly this ordinance doesn't seem to be getting toward.
And I would be happy to be part of that getting together and help facilitate it, go up there when there's not snow everywhere and meet, you know, collaboratively with the property owners and the grazers, you know, but I still believe that the ordinance will serve a purpose for property rights and the property owners to move this ahead.
Seeing no further hands raised or comments, we have a motion and a second on the table, so I'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
No.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have four yeses, 1 no.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. County Council Simon.
Just, I want to make sure while folks are here that it's clear that this was the introduction of the ordinance. It will be on the board's consent agenda for adoption next week, the 21st, and then would take effect 30 days thereafter.
Thank you for that clarification. I think we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back for our Community Correction Partnership Realignment Implementation Plan, please. Thank you.
Queenie, are you there?
Hi, Karen.
I am so sorry. We're having problems with our,
Yeah, I was just responding to your email to ask, is Jeff's internet any better? Because I literally just got a notice saying that my internet is unstable.
You too?
So me sharing my screen may be kind of risky.
Oh, gosh. I can certainly try sharing mine. I just we're going up and down. We're on a generator and something's up with our Wi-Fi.
Karen, this is Janet.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm at the office. If you want to email it to me, I can share my screen and be your navigator.
Okay. Let me do that because I don't trust this.
The internet's good here, although I think it's pretty white outside.
Oh, it's been terrible here. We're at 3 feet and something.
I had all my neighbors help me clear off my car so I could get here. It was a group effort.
That's the best.
Thank you,
All right.
Janet.
Sure.
And thank you, Queenie.
Just email it to me.
I'm doing that right now.
Okay. Karen, you're all set. It's up on my screen.
Huh. I don't see it.
Oh, I haven't shared my screen yet. You'll wait till we're back in session, but I got it all ready.
Okay.
Just a click of a button.
All right.
If we're all ready, we will jump back into our morning agenda, item 7D. And this again is our Community Correction Partnership Realignment Implementation Plan. And we have a recommended action to adopt the proposed resolution and provide any staff direction. And we have our Chief Probation Officer, Karen Humiston, with us to present this item. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Oh,
good morning, Board.
I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can hear you.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
It's fine for us.
Oh yeah, that is good. Yes.
Better? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I keep losing Wi-Fi here. Well, good morning. And we're very excited to share some of the information we have for you for our progress for the public safety realignment and our implementation plan. Jeff is present, I believe. Yes. Janet, if you could please pull up the PowerPoint for me, please. Thank you. So this presentation is an overview of Mono County's realignment first year implementation plan and the collaborative progress of programs, services for the community justice involved clients. We're very excited about some of the things that we've been able to accomplish even in the pandemic. Janet, next slide, please. Just for organization, because I'm sure when you looked at the report, you noticed that it looked like the same report with minor adjustments. The CCP Executive Committee and the report writing subcommittee felt that because we're so small, it made sense to have addendums of each of the years as we proceed through the implementation plan. So if you look at the table of contents, it'll look very similar. If you skim down to the very last section where it says addendum, pages 38 through 42, that is what we're going to be talking about today. Thank you, Janet. There'll be three areas we discuss. I wanted to review some of the data that we're seeing. We'll talk about that in a minute. We have a progress update on the objectives, and Jeff will be reviewing the fiscal year 2021 and the 21-22 budget. So just first off, looking at the number of arrests for the year 2020, and let me just add that this is from the State of California Department of Justice. They alternate between calendar and fiscal year. This is a calendar year. So if you look through, you'll notice that really our total number of felony arrests at 88 seems in line with past felonies of past years, and they do oscillate, but by and large, there's not a considerable change. Where you see a considerable change is when you look at misdemeanors. That's quite a reduction. As you all know, the pandemic had a significant impact on other systems within our county, equally said for our justice numbers. The jail during the time of the pandemic was pretty much locked down. There was very little movement in and out of there. We saw the results of the number of misdemeanor arrests, but also later on, you'll see probation cases. Next slide, please. So in looking at PRCS, mandatory supervision and probation, so part of realignment involves the post-release community supervision and mandatory supervision, which are split sentences, and probation. If you look over on the right, you'll see a significant drop in the number of cases we received for PRCS. You'll also notice that we had no violations in return to custody, which is a great thing. For our mandatory split sentences, where they're spending half their time in jail, half their time under supervision, again, significant decrease. Looking down a little bit further, you're going to see for total felony probation grants by our numbers, it's 14. And you'll see a difference when we come up on the DOJ numbers. Next slide, please. Before we move any further, I'd like to point out that under AB 129, we are now required to provide pretrial supervision. Now, pretrial is not part of AB 109, but because we're so small, we combine them with reentry. Beginning January 1st, we'll be entering into an agreement with the courts to provide a pretrial program, and we'll be conducting evaluations and assessments for risk pre-arraignment. There's a lot of work to be done, but we've been currently working very closely with the jail and the court and the sheriff's office to provide a pretrial program. Our numbers are climbing. One of the things that we noticed trend-wise is that there's a significant number of mental health cases that we're finding. What's really great is that, which Jeff will talk about later, is that we entered into a contract with Northern American Mental Health Services, a remote psychiatric, psychological company, and we're able to see people faster, get them on a program, get them on a plan, and look at psychotropes early for those that, of course, require it. So we're seeing a lot of great things there. We have yet to have one releasee under pretrial commit another crime. So they're working very closely with them. The pretrial reentry group meet every other week, and they review cases and ensure that they're on their plan. Next slide, please. One of the data points that I found kind of concerning during the pandemic was the total number of domestic violence calls. There's no real significant change in the numbers. If you kind of skim across from 2011 to 2020, you kind of see the numbers oscillating, but at some point I thought with the pandemic, those numbers would drop. But they didn't. So in light of that, in looking at the number of DV calls and petitions before the court. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. I think Supervisor Dugan is just turning off her camera because she's having intermittent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. In response to this, we had several probation officers trained in facilitating batterers intervention. So, and I've talked about that with the board before, and it's working very well and meeting the needs of North County and then Spanish-speaking groups in South County. So it's working very well, and this is an area where we're going to continue to be watching closely. Next slide, please. On page 14, if you look down, you'll see average daily jail population trends. It's a little lower if you look on the lower line, but I just wanted to include that in there, is that there was really no significant jump up or down, a little lower. But wanted you to be aware of that during the pandemic. Next slide. This is the other table that I mentioned that you'll see disparities between our numbers and DOJ's numbers. There's one off on this one under placed on probation under total probation actions. By and large, our numbers are lower, but the arrest rate was lower. And because of the pandemic, I think people were pretty much less. But if you look at the overall total probation caseload, you'll see 107. Now, probation caseload doesn't mean exactly these are the number of people that we supervise. We supervise a juvenile caseload. We have pretrial, out-of-state, our ICOTS. We have many different subsets of caseloads. This is the number 107 represents those numbers that we present to Department of Justice as formal probation grants. I just wanted to clarify that. Next slide, please. Okay. Can you guys still hear me? Okay. All right, we're into the implementation plan update as part of your report on page 38. If you could go to the next slide, please. So here's what we've been up to as a collaborative group. They have done an outstanding job on objective number 1 for creating the multidisciplinary reentry team. That team meets frequently. They're very busy. They spend hours talking about cases and ensuring that people are getting their needs met. Gosh, there's so much that they do. One of the things I thought was ingenious is with Nate Greenberg's help was to create a SharePoint site where they could communicate about one client across several different disciplines. That was a brilliant thing, and it works very well for them. Also, too, with objective number 2, create collaborative reentry plan. A plan was devised. They use it consistently. Every individual that's released has the same exact plan format. And then, of course, their individual needs are outlined. A couple of areas there that we continue to work on, and that would be education and some other areas that we need to continue to expand. Objective 3 and 4 are just 2 very difficult objectives. That's transportation and transitional housing. For transportation, generally either family will pick up an individual or a probation officer will transport. So that's where we're at right now. We're still working on it, still working through some possibilities, but we'll get there. On transitional housing, which is very, very difficult, we did get the Bridgeport Indian Colony is willing to rent a studio in Bridgeport, which is a wonderful thing that would be able to place somebody that's homeless, and they have an instant place to go and a very safe place. So we're working on that one. The group is still working on other possibilities, and I'm excited to see what they come up with. The Community Advisory Board, we are still talking about that one. We have a lot more to discuss, and I think once we get our new caseload system, we'll be able to look at that a little differently. And I think when things are easier in the community outside of the pandemic, this will also be a little easier for us to address, but we're still working on it. On objective 6, next slide, please. This is wonderful that we've been able to identify a vendor. Well, during this time, we've been meeting with other vendors, having presentations, talking with them. We went with Tyler's Technologies, and very excited about that. It has its own pretrial system. We'll be able to run multiple reports. It will give us so much freedom to understand some of these trends. So we're very excited about that one. The data committee has been working hard on that one. And by the next time I meet to present next year's, we should have some very detailed reports for you. Items, what I just want, objective 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are all part of the data committee. The data committee is set and identified. They do work on items, but they've been holding back on making a great deal of progress because of the Tyler Technologies transition. So we will be working on those once we have Tyler migrated and installed and working. Next slide, please. Okay, what I'd like to do now is have Jeff talk about the budget.
Good morning. So you'll see on this page that we identified the areas that the executive committee prioritized with the budget for the fiscal year 2020-2021. So in addition to providing for public safety officer salaries and benefits, inmate medical needs, deputy probation officer salary and benefits, drug and alcohol treatment program, as well as an electronic monitoring program. The executive committee really wanted to focus on the first 4 objectives that Chief Humiston just went over with you. Objective number 1 was the multidisciplinary reentry team. And we were looking for a software that would be able to share information and maintain security across multiple departments. And as Chief Humiston mentioned, our IT department was able to create a program, I believe in QuickBase, that is working fantastic. We had identified $30,000 to go towards purchasing a software program, but I believe because the IT's program is working so well, we won't be needing to use that $30,000 to purchase a program. So that's been a great thing. The next thing that they identified funding for was for an educational program to be provided at the jail. We were looking to purchase some additional tablets that would work with the sheriff's EDOVO program. EDOVO is a tablet-based program that inmates have available to them. We're trying to set up a continuing education program that will work through those EDOVO tablets, as well as possibly provide high school educational programs if somebody needs to obtain a high school diploma, possibility of also providing other mandatory programs that somebody is required to take, that the court has required them to take. So we identified $18,250 to go towards additional tablets. And I believe they're still working with the County Office of Education to try to provide some educational courses in that objective. Under objective number 3, we are looking to establish a transportation program to provide for, support to transport people to their appointment services, court and such. The executive committee committed $5,000 to go towards that transportation program. Again, that's still under development. We're struggling to find companies that we can use for transportation. And so like Chief Humiston mentioned, probation is doing some of it ourselves. But the idea is to try to find some company, whether it's a taxi, Uber situation, some way of providing transportation for people that have no way of getting to the programs and appointments they need to get to. And then under number 4, the transitional housing, executive committee committed $8,000 to go for short-term transitional housing. We did use a little bit last year. We were able to provide some housing in the way of a motel room for a couple of nights, also in the way of RV space rents to give a couple of our offenders places to save while they were trying to transition into more permanent housing. These programs have been working very well. There's still a lot of work to be done, but moving forward, the executive committee, as Chief Humiston mentioned, recognized the need for the mental health treatment program. And so in the 2021-2022 fiscal year, they allocated $100,000 towards that mental health treatment program. And we've contracted with North American Mental Health Services. We set that contract up so that we have a 4-hour block on one day for in custody persons, and then a 4-hour block on another day for out of custody persons. I would say almost all of our time slots have been filled since we implemented this program. That's been very successful and used frequently. So that program is really helping quite a bit in that mental health arena. So that's really all I have for you now, unless you have any questions that you would like to ask about the budget portion.
Thank you, Jeff and Karen.
I believe Karen has a conclusion for us.
Okay, let's do that, and then we'll go to board questions and public comment.
Just that the CCP, the general and the executive committee will continue working together in order to achieve these objectives fully. It's a great group of creative individuals that just work well together. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I do just want to note, Supervisor Peters brought this to my attention, that it looked like the table of contents is off by a couple of pages. The report says it goes to page 42, but the table of contents says it goes to page 40. So just
okay, I'll take a look at that.
Typographical.
Most likely.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions or comments from my colleagues on this? I don't see any. Supervisor Gardner.
Yeah, I would just say, Karen and Jeff, thank you for your comprehensive report. There's a lot of meat in there, a lot of good data that I kind of want to go back to and study a little bit, but I appreciate the comprehensiveness of it and certainly your depth in terms of telling us where things stand. So thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. I guess I would just say, and I brought this up earlier under a different item. It was I can't remember all of the correct titles for everything, so I apologize. But there was an item maybe a month ago that the sheriff brought forward, which deals with the funds raised in the jail to help by the people in the jail, right? By them procuring things, then there's a fund that's created, and then it's used to provide services to the betterment of the inmates. And so again, I apologize, I don't know the name of that fund, but one of the things that inmate welfare, right? And I just, one of the things I brought up was education, and how do we spend more of that funding to help with the education of inmates. And I think that, you brought up that as well, Chief Humiston, and I think we may have lost her. We did.
It does look like she dropped off.
Yeah, well, we have you, Jeff. Thank you. But, you know, she did bring up the need to continue to work on education. And I know that that's something that Shanna's staff from MCOE has been working on and with the CCP. And I just want to keep that on the radar and encourage everyone to collaborate with funding and resources and bandwidth with the library too. I know that the county librarian's been very interested in helping with book selections and getting reading material. So whatever we can do to collaborate is a priority for me, and I hope we can make it a priority for everyone. I think it is, but I just want to make that public.
Absolutely, and I could mention that we'll be coming back in January. Shanna from the Mono County Office of Education is really working towards pushing that educational program in custody.
That's great. And I hope that, you know, you and Karen and the sheriff and everyone can support that endeavor, that, you know, Shanna can't do it alone. And it really takes collaboration and yeah, so.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Any public comment on this item, Queenie?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, so if there's no other board comments or questions or staff comments or questions, I would just note that we do have adoption of a resolution before us for this. And I think my only staff recommendation is just to look at the pagination and make sure that it's correct before it gets published. And with that, I'd look for a motion.
I would make a motion to approve the report and as stated in the agenda.
Second. With the corrections.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisors Gardner and Dugan. No comments. Go to a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote? Supervisor Gardner?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, and please pass our gratitude along to Karen as well.
I sure will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 7E, Cal Recycle 1383 model ordinances. And we do have recommended action to introduce, read title, and waive further reading of the proposed ordinance and provide any staff direction. And we have our solid waste superintendent, Justin Nalder, with us again. Good morning, Justin.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, Cal Recycle 1383 model ordinance. We've seen a lot coming down the pipeline regarding SB 1383. As a quick reminder, this was implemented as a short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy. And there's a whole bunch of fingers and arms that go different directions. At this point, we are looking at an ordinance, which the primary purpose for this is to be an enforcement mechanism for many of the branches that they are placing upon local jurisdictions, and really depending on which programs you have in place, you can kind of mix and match what that looks like. So primarily, we're looking at organics collection, and recently we did pass a resolution of exemption for Mono County so that we would not be implementing a mandatory organics curbside collection or enforcing commercial entities to participate in certain organics collections by partitioned color-coded bins. And for a number of reasons, it doesn't work here. And I think that the state had realized that and provided for either the rural exemptions or the elevation and population waivers. So we've got 5 years under that. Nevertheless, there are still other pieces of the 1383 regulations for which we do need to comply. There is an edible food recovery portion of the regulations, and this applies to certain businesses and entities that would generate a certain amount of food that could otherwise be collected and redistributed somewhere else. Thankfully, in this area, we already have IMACA and their food bank working with their program, which essentially fulfills what we're looking to do. We don't have refrigerated food trucks that run around collecting materials from restaurants or hotels. We don't have homeless shelters that feed the homeless on a regular basis. And so it looks very different, again, in a rural jurisdiction than it does in a city. And so when you consider the edible food generators and recoveries, it's broken down into a two-tiered system. Tier 1 is what would be enforced starting the 1st of January in 2022. And then a few years later, we would be looking to implement the Tier 2 regulations. There are no entities that fall within the Tier 1 standards at this point for unincorporated Mono County. And so, again, it may not be much of an issue for us. Once we get to Tier 2, and between now and then, we'll do some research. We may have a couple of entities that fall within those standards, one of which may be the Eastern Sierra Unified School District, and the other being June Mountain Ski Area. Now, the school district will have an opportunity to apply for a waiver, just as we have done, but it's a slightly different process. And regarding the ski area, like I said, we'll do some more research to see as to whether or not they do fall in that. And if they do, we'll set up the process at that point. This ordinance would give authority to the local jurisdiction and the enforcement agent or designee to go and make sure that edible food is being recovered and distributed to a facility that can appropriately redistribute and is recording that data. There are other arms which this ordinance covers, one of which is capacity planning. And so when it comes to organics recovery, they want to know what type of facilities and what type of capacity do you have moving into the future to both receive and process and use this material. A big effort is to try to create a usable product out of this stuff. This morning I made mention of the Christmas tree recovery program. So once we get those at the landfill, we'll chip those into wood chips. And for the material that meets our quality standards, we'll use it as feedstock for the biomass facility, and then the other stuff will be used as mulch. That's one example of how stuff gets used. Our equipment is dated and we have limited staff capacity to process a lot of stuff. So there will be requirements to prove that you can sufficiently handle the organics and move those forward. CalGreen recycling standards is in this ordinance, as well as the model water efficiency landscaping regulations. Now, these two elements we already implement. Actually, Community Development Department kind of oversees those. The ordinance would essentially formalize that we do have a mechanism and a means to require that on new buildings and new construction projects. Looking into the procurement aspect of all of this, there's a requirement that materials and supplies that are purchased are preferred purchase with recycled content. Now we have a resolution, it's R01-06 that was adopted entitled Recycled Products Procurement Policy. And primarily it's focused on paper, but this would apply to the entirety of the county. Anybody who makes purchases under these standards would have to report that they put in sufficient effort to see if there was a recycled content product that would have met the quality availability and price standards as compared to other products that may not have the recycled content. So as you're seeing, there's a lot of this that isn't necessarily just in the solid waste or public works realms. It covers a lot of what the county does, but because most of this has kind of come through solid waste division, it seemed somewhat appropriate that I would be before you presenting the ordinance. It gives authority to the enforcement agent or their designee to go and do inspections. And maybe it's inspections on sampling or surveying. Maybe it's inspections of trash cans, doing dumpster diving if they need to. All of what gets implemented will be somewhat limited because we are so rural. We don't have a lot of entities that are subject to, but a lot of reporting and data collecting requirements in place. So this ordinance essentially gives us the right to do that, as well as if the time comes, if the need comes, we could impose administrative fines for any entities that were not cooperating with the new standards. At this point, I would take any questions and otherwise recommend that we go with recommended action. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions or comments on this item? Supervisor Peters.
I just want to comment that this is a very thorough examination of this issue, and it's important that we continue to look for these exemptions and maintain our flexibility, because the practicality of a lot of what 1383 requires of other areas that are not of elevation or bare country or just, you know, don't work. But I do want to mention, though, that, you know, the recycling programs that Justin has in place, both at the county, and I think he's worked with the schools, you know, that we continue those and we continue our efforts towards, you know, renewable and recycling efforts, because it's truly important. And I think a lot of it is just lack of convenience. People just don't recycle out of the inability to put the effort into it. So continue those programs, and thank you for this presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Peters. I would make mention at this point that because of the economies of scale, that it's going to be necessary to regionalize our efforts to make it possible. And so conversations with entities within the town of Mammoth Lakes have certainly been a big part of this and will continue to be a part of this. They'll have a few more entities that fall within the tier standards. And so we consider those moving forward.
Any other comments or questions or public comment?
There are no hands raised for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Queenie. Okay, seeing none, thank you, Justin. We do have a recommended action, as I mentioned earlier, stated in our agenda. So I'd look to see if there's a motion for that.
I'll make a motion to approve what is stated in the agenda.
Second.
Great, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this, Justin, and Emily for your help with it as well.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is agenda item 7F, budget assumptions and approach. And this is an informational item presented by our CAO, Bob Lutton. Oh, you're muted, Bob.
Well, it's not always a bad thing. So thanks, everybody. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board, staff, and our folks playing the home version of our game. Before I begin any kind of discussion here, I want to take a minute to recognize and thank Janet Dutcher, Mono County's Finance Director, Mono County's Treasurer Tax Collector, Mono County's Auditor Controller, and most importantly, Mono County's Voice of Fiscal Reason. It is not normally part of the Auditor Controller or Treasurer Tax Collector or Finance Director's responsibility to operate a county's budget process. In virtually all counties, and especially here, that's formally the responsibility of the county administrator's office. As everybody understands, we've had a fair amount of turnover in this position in the last 4, 5, or 6 years. And for 3 years, in the absence of either a permanently appointed county administrator or a county administrator who wasn't busy running around putting out fires in pretty much every other area. Without that, Janet stepped up and fulfilled both her responsibilities as finance director and budget director. And she did so with a tremendous amount of grace and forethought and discretion. And it made it possible for the county to thoughtfully progress toward a sustainably, structurally balanced budget. I think the only reason we haven't gotten there yet is because she just hasn't had enough spare time. So I want to recognize Janet for what she's done, not just to get from year to year, but I want to recognize her for what she's done to develop a new way of looking at our financial situation. And I think, as you saw at this morning's Economic Development Commission meeting, that she has a keen eye for where we're going and really has a mastery of the details of finance and accounting and auditing. And I really just want to take a moment to thank Janet, not only for what she has done for the past 3 years, but really what she's done since she got here. And maybe most importantly, I want to put my marker down and thank her in advance for what she's going to be doing for the county. So I really wanted to be plain and clear about that. Janet, thank you so much. And your advice is sound, your advice is conservative, and your advice is in the best interest of Mono County, its legislators, and its residents.
So with that, let's get on with it.
Well, I could go on about you for another hour, but the larger issue is, yes, this is preparing and submitting the recommended budget is the responsibility of the county administrator and the county administrator's office. We are now with John Craig being on board. We have increased capacity for that purpose, and we have appropriated the talents of Megan Mahaffey, who has been Janet's good right arm in so many areas related to budget and finance. With the new staff at community development, that has freed up some bandwidth for Megan to support John and myself in finding a new way to look at the budget. So budget assumptions and approach, the assumptions, I don't want to cloud things. It's not about our fiscal assumptions yet, but it's about what the county administrator's office wants the process to accomplish. We want to bring this together and regard the budget as a policy document that expresses, in terms of outcomes and accomplishments and commitments to action, it expresses the uses to which we're going to put the money that is so meticulously accounted for by our finance department. Moving budget responsibility back to the county administrator's office will, I think, help continue the record of collaboration while adding some new pieces to the budget. And one of the things that I'd like us to be able to do, not this year, probably not next year, but maybe the year after, is for the county administrator's office to submit a budget that qualifies for the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And I want to make clear, it's not so we can get a certificate that goes on our wall. It's to make sure that our budget tells the story of Mono County, not only to the board that adopts it, but to the people who depend on it. And so moving in that direction will inspire us to refine the process year over year, keep things consistent, and build our ability to be effective. That is, do the things we say we're going to do. Efficient, do them at the lowest cost possible, and accountable. Explain what we've done, what we're going to do next year, and how much better we do now than we've done before. So I'm going to also add these three things, and I'll put them in the context of the PowerPoint. Mid-year budget, third quarter forecast, and the year-end variance. So Queenie, can we go to the PowerPoint?
Sorry, Bob, which PowerPoint are you referring to?
It was it was included in the agenda item.
Got it.
You don't have it as a PowerPoint? Oh, darn it. Want me to send it to you? No, planning just went out the window.
I have it open as a PDF.
Yeah, that would be
Do
wonderful.
you want me to share?
That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks again, Janet.
You're welcome. Multi-roles here.
There you go.
You should be able to see very colorful budget assumptions and approach.
Yes, and we engaged a graphic artist for I think 14 hours of work to come up with this festive background. So, okay, great. That's the slide I'm looking for. So the budget, again, refers to a recurring process, takes place on an annual basis, and it's consistent from year to year. And I really believe in presenting data to the board in a consistent manner, whether it's week to week, year to year, in order to help make it easier to analyze what it is you're looking at. Presenting things in the same format, I think, is critical. So we need to have it presented in a timely manner so that you can give it due consideration. Collaborative, both among departments as well as among or with the county administrator, so that voices are heard, options are considered, and the most effective recommendations are made. And then finally, a balanced budget. And obviously, we always balance the budget each year. We do it most often with the application of fund balance. But as we move forward, we're going to continue on the path that Janet set and work for a structurally balanced budget. Next slide. Thank you. So these are the 7 elements that we've identified Megan and John and myself, with building upon what Janet's done. These are the elements of the successful budget process. We start with the fund balance analysis and our economic update. What's the environment in which we're functioning financially? And what is the projection from our financial advisor or consultant with respect to revenues and expenditures over the next 3 to 5 years? Mid-year budget adjustments. I think a vision for the mid-year budget is that it's a forward-looking document. We should have an idea by January or February, not merely of what we've spent and what we've taken in, but what does that mean for where we're going to end up? Knowing that it's an estimate, but at the same time, building in the enterprise-wide discipline of knowing what are our salary savings going to be at mid-year, knowing that we have 26 pay periods, a certain amount of funds appropriated to fill an established number of positions at an established salary. We should be able to say with a fairly high degree of certainty, these are the salary savings that will be available on a non-recurring basis. What do we do with those? That's a policy question that we want to be able to answer. Working with departments at mid-year to understand what are the external factors that may affect contract costs or fees for services or temporary help. In any event, knowing that we're going to make further adjustments during the year, knowing that some things will change, but taking stock of where do we expect, based on what we know, to end up with fund balance. And where necessary, to make budget adjustments, to amend the budget at mid-year to help lock in some savings and also to make allowance for projected increases in revenues or expenses, to put that work together as a seamless whole as much as possible in front of the board. Budget policy. So as part of the mid-year, we want to be able to reintroduce to the board our investment policy, our debt policy, what direction we recommend the board provide the county administration and staff for the development of the upcoming budget. Some things will probably be pretty straightforward. For example, I fully anticipate the board will say, we want a balanced budget. We want to prioritize this operational area and this operational area in the forthcoming budget. It's going to be helpful as departments prepare their requests and as county administration reviews those requests. So let's talk about some other elements of the budget as we move forward. It's county administration's intention that we receive and present to the board as part of the recommended budget, the department's budget request. And I expect that those requests will be received by administration. They'll be reviewed. There'll be meetings with each department to discuss the request, what it's based on, how sustainable is it, what goals compatible with our strategic plan will be pursued. And to the extent possible, it's going to be administration's intent to work with and negotiate with departments in order to have the recommended budget be as close to the department's intentions and needs as possible. it doesn't mean it will always match, because it's administration's responsibility to consider the budget in its totality and county government as a complete enterprise. It's I believe, the obligation of department heads to advocate for the responsibilities that have been entrusted to them. That there may not always be an ability for a department to say to administration, yeah, we're going to go along with that. That's fair, that's appropriate, and that's what this process is for, to bring issues to the surface and to clarify them. So the recommended budget will be what county administration recommends for consideration to the board based upon the budget policy, based upon the negotiations. So that's a second column in the proposed budget. First column will be the request, second column will be the recommended. And in that budget, there's going to be an opportunity for the department to explain the impact of the administrator's recommended budget versus the request, if there's a difference between the two, and a place for the administration to explain why it is making the recommendations it is. Narrative is critical. Somebody once said it must be a budget. It's got a lot of numbers in it. And that's true. But we need, our obligation as staff to the board and to the public is to explain what those numbers mean, to provide the context in a narrative sense. And we do a great job of that. And I think what I'm advocating is that we move forward for a robust discussion on an annual basis. Finally, we'll have Board of Supervisors budget workshops to review, to pose questions, to give everybody an opportunity to understand what the implications are of the coming year's budget. We would propose adoption of the tentative budget by June 30th, with holding action on a final budget until sometime probably in August, once the state's fiscal picture and any federal funding becomes clear. So those are the elements. That's good, you can move on. Thanks, Janet. So here is our anticipated timeline for the annual budget, and I want to be abundantly clear. On something like this, John Craig and I could not find our sofa in the living room with a map and a flashlight. This is entirely Megan Mahaffey's vision and doing, presenting this information together here. And I hope it shows we've got what are the phases in the process, when will they take place, and what are the elements, specific elements in November, February, March, May, June, and then July to the following October. And you've got this calendar. We use it in our shop. I'm going to keep, I will keep going. I think if you've got questions, we'll try and address them. Janet, next slide, please. Okay, and I've really kind of covered most of this. The items that will be new to the budget process, the mid-year to be a forward-looking forecast with, a back and forth or questions, a departmental memo explaining the department's picture. County administration will look at that. There'll be discussions with the departments to make sure that administration is clear, has a clear understanding of what the factors are. The third quarter report, understanding that mid-year is going to be much more clear than a first quarter report would be, but we're still not quite there. By the third quarter, we should have a really strong handle on revenues and expenditures through the end of the year, and we can dial a tighter forecast and have a better expectation of where we're going to end up, and to be able to incorporate a stated third quarter assumption about fund balance, hopefully positive, in order to prepare and submit and fund our following year's budget. And then the variance report would be added to the fund balance and economic update in November, once we've closed out 21-22. Okay, and the impact of these changes, these three changes, forward-looking paradigm to project budget outcomes. Janet has continually dialed us in closer and closer, reducing slack in our budget, improving our ability to forecast where we are, and leading us to the point where, rather than hope to have savings materialize at the end of the year, to squeeze those savings out at the beginning of the process. We're getting better and better and better at that, rather than finding out until July or August, how did we do, to get a better handle on what are we going to do. I want to thank Janet for that. And then again, the third quarter year-end carryover. Okay, next. This is where the board comes in. A lot of what we've talked about has been the staff, but these are our key milestones for the board. Revenue workshop, fund balance, budget assumption, capital improvement projects, fee study. The fee study is going to be critical, not necessarily so much that it's going to raise more money for us, but it will definitely assure the board that when we subsidize a fee-based activity with general fund money, that it's a conscious decision, that we know we're doing it, we know why we're doing it, and we know how much we're willing to spend in order to do it. Mid-year report in February, the budget policy, department budget meeting update, proposed budget workshop with special meetings, the third quarter report, recommended budget presentation to the board, start the hearings in June. Let's see, and that is that's that. I'll be happy to take questions and probably hand most of them off to Megan and John, but I'll do my best.
Okay, should we promote Megan and John? I don't see them.
Oh, that'd be a great idea.
Okay, great. Thank you, Queenie. Are there any questions, comments for CEO Lawton or John or Megan? Yes, Supervisor Gardner.
I appreciate the information. I think this is great. I certainly underline your comments about Janet's strong foundation in terms of getting to this point, and agree that this is sort of the next steps and where we evolve and go on this. And I think it's headed in the right direction from my perspective. I know that there's a lot of pieces in play, and you got to walk before you run, but I think this is headed in the exact right direction from my perspective. And so I thank you for it and look forward to the results.
Supervisor Corliss.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CAO Lawton, for the presentation. Thank you, Janet, for getting us to this milestone in our budget journey, as you always like to say. And especially, I want to thank Megan Mahaffey for all her work. I just in looking through the presentation in the board packet, I definitely saw Megan's work in there, and I really appreciate her dedication to continuous improvement in our budget process. Just one thought, I think I appreciate being more of a word person than a number person, the comments about narrative. I think one important thing to add to the storytelling is what the desired outcomes are. I know our timing didn't quite work to have the strategic planning effort align exactly with the budget effort, but still, I think, you know, making sure that we're also talking about outcomes in some way, especially, you know, when it comes to individual department budgets and what it all adds up to, because after all, you know, aligning, we have the ability right now, thanks to incredible fiscal management and other factors, to match resources to needs and outcomes. You know, so that it's about process improvement when we're talking about budgeting, but also, you know, being able to meet the needs of our residents in the county. And one question / comment I have, you know, I think in this process, somehow it's going to be, especially this year for 2022, to build in, you know, a discrete discussions of use of one-time funds. And that could be a good place to talk. So, you know, we have ARPA funds. I'm assuming after hearing Janet's presentation a couple of weeks ago, we're going to have enough carryover balance maybe to have one-time funding for specific projects. So even though it doesn't perfectly align with the bigger, you know, updated strategic plan, let's definitely build in time for those discussions about use of one-time funds. Thanks.
And if I just want to grab a hold of your comment there, Supervisor Corliss, we do a great job of explaining how much we bring in and how much we spend. I think this next level is about making sure the board and the public understand what are we buying with what we spend. And I think that goes to your outcome emphasis. And we don't need to wait for the strategic plan to have, at this stage, as we start walking down this path, to have some goals from the departments that are consistent with where we think we're going to. We don't need to wait for the best to have something that's informative and helpful. And I appreciate your focus on that.
Supervisor Dugan.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone that contributed. You can see many hands in here, so I won't go over that. I'm especially excited to see 2 lines there, and that was back on your suggested for the budget process, and the distinction of the difference, which is the department requested budget, and whenever those 2 don't exactly align, the recommended budget, because that is the department's opportunity to ask the board for what they believe they need to execute the board's priorities for you. Sometimes they don't like, but you do need to give that opportunity, because that's where their accountability is going to come from, is what we all agreed in there. I'm particularly excited to see that. And then also, if you go back to the key milestones, the capital improvement projects workshop. Anyone that's owned a piece of property knows the hard way the difference between maintenance and capital improvements. And maintenance is what you have to do every day. That doesn't get you away from the capital, addressing those capital improvements. And that's why it's so incumbent upon the department heads and their staff to give feedback to everyone about what needs to be done. We're not in every building every minute of the day. Some people are intimately aware of what needs to be done. Others are not. And this is where we are a team to come together and say, this is what we propose needs to be done, and this is why. And that's where the heavy lifting comes on the board to pick those priorities there. So I'm really glad to see that happening so early in the process, because it does take a long time to figure out how you're going to meet those needs, funding them, and actually getting the work done. So appreciate seeing those now within our process. Look forward to doing that.
Supervisor Peters.
Well, thank you. It's good to go almost last, because most of the comments that were made encompass what I would want to express. I have a question though. Are we going to, and maybe I missed this, but are we going to have department heads come before the board in the board workshops with their budgets to hear the narrative that, I mean, I'm a numbers guy, but I truly appreciate the narrative coming right from the department heads as well.
Absolutely, Supervisor Peters. This is not an effort to mute the voices of the departments. It's an effort to make sure that the board can engage with departments armed with really good working knowledge of what the department does and what it wants to do, and that the departments know that their requests have been in front of you without having been, they'll be there alongside the recommendations of the CAO, but the CAO is not going to shut that down. So I think economic man, we always assume he's operating from a position of perfect knowledge. We might not have been there before, but one focus will be improving perfect knowledge and perfect expression for the board and for the departments.
In an imperfect world.
I'm doing my best.
Okay, no, thank you for this. It's nice to see this laid out so succinctly, timeline wise. And I would just only caution that, you know, it's, of course, we want to stick to it, but not at the expense of getting the real meat on the table along the way. So if adjustments need to be made and the reasonings sound behind it, we should have those discussions as well, because we want to have the end product, the result, correct. And so just keep us posted.
Nobody knows more about changing deadlines and managing a process than Megan in her work with John Craig and myself. And I'm sure she's going to be ready to do just that, Supervisor Peters. And we will do our best, if a change is necessary, to let you know as soon as we do, rather than waiting until you expect to have it and you find that you don't.
Well, I will just echo the comments from my colleagues, and I think this is a great foundation, great way to end the year and to look forward to the next year as we go through all of the steps you've outlined for us. And I do want to also echo, just put a exclamation point behind the support and kudos to Janet Dutcher for building us the foundation to get us to where we are today. I really appreciate her fiscal conservancy and her just her depth of knowledge on all the subjects that she brings forward to us. And you had something else, Sia Lawton.
Just another acknowledgement of the work that our departments and our department heads and their fiscal designees do on a daily basis. When we have a fund balance, it's generally because those departments accomplish more with less than they expected to at the beginning of the year. And that also translates to increased workloads across all departments and folks in all job titles and positions. It's hard earned, and I want to make sure that the department heads in every area, elected and appointed, know that they're appreciated as well, and are an integral part of where we've been able to put ourselves financially in the midst of a pandemic, and how we're going to make the best use of the opportunities we have. So my thanks to them too, Supervisor.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sia Lawton. And we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is an opportunity for the public to address the board.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Queenie. Let's go to board reports at this time, and then we'll go to closed session before we come back for our afternoon session. Supervisor Dugan, would you like to kick us off on board reports, please? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. On December 9th, I participated in the Owens Valley Groundwater Authority meeting where we approved the final draft of the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. I'd like to thank the public for their commitment and to providing expertise in the context to the public comment process. Their expertise is just outstanding, and I really appreciate that. Also want to thank Mono County staff that acted as the OVGA staff to the Joint Powers Authority, overseeing the process and always keeping Mono County's interests in mind. And the document represents many options, conclusions, and points of view on ways to manage our precious environment and economic resources throughout the region, should the basin ever be re-rated to a medium or above status. In January, we'll discuss the next steps for the staff and the board. On the 12th, I participated in the ESTA board meeting, a strategic, just the ESTA board meeting, with along with Supervisor Gardner. We elected officers for 2022. Commissioners Bill Sauser for Mono and Dan Hothrow for Inyo as chair and vice chair, respectively. Highlights: our ridership is up. We received excess Inyo local transportation funds, and the board approved hero pay and vaccine incentives. Driver recruitment is still a critical issue and threatens service levels for next spring for many incorporated and unincorporated areas. Anybody who wants to drive, please get in touch with ESTA. And then yesterday, I participated in the Local Transportation Commission along with Commission Chair Kreitz and Commissioner Peters. We received a variety of reports with special attention to the update on the MOU for State Routes 14 and 390 US 395 projects. We learned that focus at the state level is shifting away from increased capacity on our state highways. Those are our projects. And so we will be closely monitoring the completion of these cooperative projects, which also address the safety for travelers along the 395 and 14 corridors in the southern region. I also look forward to working on the Clean California grant opportunity. This could be great for Mono County to address cleanup and property protection issues ahead of the upcoming Benton landfill closure. And $5 million of the fund is available, and counties and nonprofits can apply. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dugan. Supervisor Gardner.
Okay, I've been out of town, so I'm a little brief. Last Wednesday, I participated in the monthly meeting of the Mono Basin RPAC. Several different topics there that were discussed. On the 9th, I participated in the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Task Force and had a good sense of reviewing the implicit bias training and other activities. On Friday the 10th, I participated in the SCOG meeting. In the morning, we approved several items related to the $3 million grant we've received from the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. And also, as Supervisor Dugan mentioned, I attended the ESTA meeting as well. And let's see, yesterday I had a very brief yards meeting, which only was just scheduled to approve the 361, whatever it is, remote meetings. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Gardner. Supervisor Peters.
Yes, thank you, Chair Kreitz. On the 8th, I attended the Northern Mono Chamber of Commerce, where they were taking care of some housekeeping items, appointing directors, discussing bylaws, recapping the year, their ATV event, which was very successful, where all the money raised there goes to their fish fund. They have a separate fish account for stocking, and they are moving into their next year with the largest carryover in that fund of $18,000 to help launch the next season up there. And the Walker River is year round. It doesn't get stocked in the wintertime, but there is still year-round fishing in the West Walker River. But they're very excited. They raised that money selling hats and t-shirts and doing fundraisers and getting donations from other service organizations. So it's really a great public partnership to see that, you know, there's contributions coming when the county stocks, coming from chambers and from other fish enhancement programs. Then the next day, I think it was, I had a real good conversation with Nevada County Supervisor Heidi Hall, discussing broadband and other CSAC related items, kind of a recap from our annual conference. So looking forward to working with her on various issues in the coming year. I also participated kind of mid-closed session or mid-meeting last week in the interview process for the Bridgeport District Ranger, which I felt was very well organized and yielded great opportunity candidates, and still have not heard yet. It's got to be, the ultimate approval goes up the chain, but we're waiting and hopeful that we're going to have somebody named to begin taking over that role this coming year. I want to thank Tony DeBlino specifically and the road department for continuing to work on the parking solution up at Virginia Lakes Road. The community is very appreciative. It's creative solutions, and it's very helpful to be engaged with folks when it comes to solving problems like this. I want to thank the road snowplow crews, because they were out at 6 this morning when I went into Bridgeport, and they were already clearing bus routes on the streets in Bridgeport in the dark, and to create a safe environment for all the commuters and the bus travel to school this morning. Let's see, on Friday, I went down to the Civic Center, and I'd asked if I could get a tour, take a look at the Mono Room, just walk all around and see what are the projects, what's been completed, that after, after the building was completed, got its certificate of occupancy. What are all these projects that we're doing? Why are we doing them? What are they costing? And what do we anticipate still having to do? Because it's adding up to quite a hefty sum. And so Tony DeBlino took me on a tour, answered a lot of my questions. We have an amazing building, and there are some issues, and I know most of them are getting addressed, but I think it's really critical to engage those that are on a daily basis part of the maintenance of the building, or recognize some of the challenges moving forward if we don't make corrections. And I'm hopeful that these are going to get worked out expeditiously, and that we will soon be have a very inviting building for the public, although they are invited to come back, except for today with the snow. But it's got a lot of opportunity, and I really am hopeful that I'm going to go again next month and see what's changed. And then while I was there, I met with our CAO, talked about a lot of just current things, what's happened in the past year, what we anticipate moving forward, and appreciated him taking his valuable time to listen to me and answer questions. Then yesterday, I also attended the LTC, which was covered very well by Supervisor Commissioner Dugan. There was a really thorough packet that had a lot of good information that was provided by Jerry in community development, and good updates, some written, some not written, but by Hazlip Hayes and Chad Sr. About projects. And I think we're hopeful that we're going to see the infrastructure bill get through and get more money for infrastructure, roads and bridges into local government, so that we can continue with programs that are established and potentially find new ones that we can use this money for. And another update that occurred there was the Saddlebag Lake Road flap grant application, which looks like we're on a short list, as we heard from Tony in his department head report last week. And we approved at the LTC some planning money to keep that process moving forward. But it really looks like, similar to the Reds Meadows program grant, a really good opportunity to again improve access for the public in a very highly used area. So with that, I'll pass the baton.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. Supervisor Corliss.
Thanks. Yeah, last Wednesday, I listened in on the wrap-up meeting for the Sustainable Recreation and Tourism Initiative, where the list of final projects was presented. You can find that at ESSRP.org. On Thursday, we had really 3 meetings related to RCRC, and this meeting was held in the county of our 2020 chair, Darren McDaniel, over in Merced. I attended remotely. Kind of a tough drive to Merced last week. It seemed like a better use of my time to attend remotely, especially since it was about an 8-hour meeting. So at our RCRC meeting, I'll send out the highlights document for you to all read, and Queenie, maybe you could post that on our meeting page too for public interest. We, in the December meeting, this was my last official meeting as the 2021 chair. The Nevada County Supervisor Dan Miller will ascend and was elected to serve as the chair for 2022. Second Vice Chair Doug Teeter of Butte County ascends to first Vice Chair, and we elected Monterey County Supervisor Chris Lopez as our new second Vice Chair. So congratulations to all of them. We also chose new executive committee members from the 5 different RCRC member regions, and they will serve 2-year terms. I stay on the executive committee in 2022 as immediate past chair and stay and remain as an officer in the organization next year. We also elected or designated 2 members of RCRC's board and the Golden State Finance Authority board to serve on the Golden State Natural Resources board. There's so many boards now, it's getting pretty complex. So I will continue, along with INEO Supervisor Matt Kingsley, will stay on the Golden State Natural Resources Board. For Golden State Finance Authority, Tehama Supervisor Bob Williams, Siskiyou Supervisor Michael Kobseff will stay on GSNR. So it's a real critical time for that pellet development project. So they wanted us to all stay on the board another year. Very exciting news. We added Santa Barbara County to RCRC's membership as well. Really excited to have them come on board and grow our RCRC family. We approved our RCRC 2022, I can't remember the exact term of it, but our strategic plan. So if it's okay with all of you, I will invite our CEO, Pat Blacklock, to come back and talk to us a little bit more. I know he gave you kind of an overview, but I think it's pretty exciting and really easy to understand. So he can come back early next year and talk to us about that. We approved our budget. We approved participation for RCRC in the California Employers Retiree Benefit Trust. You can read more about that, but basically, you know, RCRC is in a great position to deal with pension liabilities, and this is one way to do it. Would that our county were in the same position, but great example. And of course, their finance people are always happy to talk to us. For Golden State Finance Authority, one important action that we took was to make adjustments to the revolving loan fund program to basically increase the loan amount to $500,000, something that became very important to the SCOG the next day. And we had the first ever meeting of the Golden State Connect Authority. This is RCRC's new broadband program. It was really just a foundational meeting. As RCRC chair, I appointed the chair and vice chair to that entity. It's Calaveras Supervisor Jack Garamendi and our neighbor Alpine Supervisor David Griffith, who will lead this new broadband effort. So it's pretty exciting. Stay tuned for that. And you can tell from the number of names and entities I just mentioned, we're really looking, RCRC staff is looking at how we split up these meetings. I imagine the Golden State Connect Authority meetings will be held virtually probably for some time to come, even post-pandemic, and separately from RCRC, because there's so much interest in the broadband project. So really successful. It's been really my honor to serve as RCRC chair, and I hope it has brought benefit. I thank you all for your understanding and indulgence in letting me do so. It ate up a lot of my time, but I hope the benefits that come with being a member of RCRC and my effort in helping to strengthen the organization through the leadership change and development of this strategic plan and other entities will serve Mono County well. So thank you all. On Friday, as Supervisor Gardner mentioned, we had SCOG. I was just going to dive in a little bit more. It was so important what we did. So first of all, the SCOG approved an MOU with Golden State Finance Authority for entering into this revolving loan fund program to support our Eastern Sierra Pace and Scale Accelerator project. That's the $3 million plus grant from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Of course, it's a reimbursement grant, so we needed cash flow at SCOG, and this RCRC program is providing it. And RCRC Golden State Finance Authority staff are very excited to have a big project like this that's addressing forest restoration issues. So it's a win-win all around. That is now underway officially. We also approved an agreement, a collection agreement with the Inyo National Forest related to that project. And we approved a proposal for services, for management services related to the Pace and Scale Accelerator project. So we're forging ahead. It's really exciting. And thank you to our finance director, Dutcher, for assisting with cash flow projections and really being our finance person for SCOG. It's important and exciting work that's happening there. Yesterday, we had our Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting. I won't go into that because next week, this board will get a presentation from Behavioral Health talking about giving some department updates that we heard yesterday. And that's it for me for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Corliss. Let's see, I'll go back to December 8th. I attended the NACO Community Economic Workforce Development Committee meeting. And then later that day, I met with the Mammoth Lakes Housing Development Committee to discuss a new possible home key project here in Mammoth Lakes. December 9th, I attended the Mammoth Lakes Tourism Community Coffee and 2 more home key meetings with HCD staff and Mammoth Lakes housing staff looking at a new home key application. The deadline is the end of January, so it's a very quick turnaround. And then once the awards are received, that project would need to be done within 8 months. So that program is a quick paced program, but hoping to get some home key funding here in the Eastern Sierra through a project in Mammoth Lakes. So stay tuned on that. On the 9th, I presented to the Mammoth Lakes Rotary on the redistricting process and reviewed the maps and answered questions about the whole process and how we got to where we are. and encouraged everyone to provide some feedback. Let's see, December 10th, I participated in the California Coalition for Rural Housing Board meeting, their regular meeting. There is a possible ballot measure that seems like it may qualify, that would strip the state legislature of the ability to enact any land use policy that overrides local control. So that could be very interesting. As we see a lot of land use policy coming out of the state legislature, such as SB 9 with regards to duplexes and single family homes. So we'll see where that goes. And then yesterday I chaired my last meeting as the for the Mono County Local Transportation Commission, and my fellow commissioners Peters and Dugan covered that very well. It was a very good meeting. So that's all I have. And with that, we will go into closed session before we come back for our afternoon agenda. We could take a 5 or 10 minute break if you would like before we go into closed session. So why don't we do 10 minutes? We're probably going to have to look at maybe coming back to closed session at the end of the day. We do have, I think, 3 items in closed session, but we'll talk about that during closed session. So see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, if we're ready to begin our afternoon session, Queenie, just let me know.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, we do have a quorum of the board. I know the rest of the members are coming, so I am going to start with the agenda item 10, which is an opportunity for the public to address the board. Do we have any public comment this afternoon?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move into agenda item 11A. And that is the sale of residential housing units in Benton to the Utu Guataitu tribe. And I apologize for my very English pronunciation of that tribal name. And I will hand this over to County Counsel Simon. But I do not see County Counsel Simon. I see Eric. And welcome, Eric. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. It's nice to see you. There's County Counsel Simon. Great.
Hi, sorry about that, but I can see Eric is here. He preceded me, so that's great. Can I just kick this item off and then I'll punt it over to Eric. So, okay, so this item 11A on your agenda today relates to the sale of 2 residential housing units out in Benton to the, and I'm sure I will say it wrong, Utu Guataitu tribe. We're very excited to bring this forward today because this is the culmination of, 2016, 5 years of work to accomplish this transaction. This is property which the county acquired free of charge in 1996 from Caltrans. It was at that time developed with 2 residential units, and I think the intention and hope was that that would provide an opportunity to provide housing for folks in need of such housing in Mono County out in the Benton area. Unfortunately, and maybe this sheds a little light into why Caltrans was willing and eager to transfer the property to the county free of charge, there was a lot of deferred maintenance and other issues associated with those 2 units that resulted in the county immediately taking on a fairly burdensome obligation to maintain and fix the properties. So for the first several years that the county owned these properties, county spent significant sums, and I know Joe Blanchard is here as a participant. Maybe the clerk can promote him in case there are any questions regarding public works involvement or the improvements that were made to the property. But it looks like the first several years of property ownership and before we entered into a more stable relationship with the tribe out there, where the tribe became the lessee, the county spent over $200,000 on maintenance, repairs, et cetera, to just keep these properties going. In 2015, we achieved a partial solution to that hemorrhage, and that is we entered into a lease, a long-term lease with the tribe, through which they would sublease the units to their tribal members who were in need of housing. And that provided a steady income stream for the county, and also the tribe, as part of that agreement, took over the maintenance and repair of the properties. So that situation worked well for a number of years. And at some point, and I believe it was former CAO Leslie Chapman who initiated the concept of outright transferring the properties to the tribe for their continued use for tribal housing for qualified tribal members. Since that was, for all intents and purposes, the uses that were being made, they were consistent with the county's goals initially in acquiring the property, and then it would extract the county as the middleman from the transaction. So we have been working on that for some time, not regularly or nonstop. We've gone through several changes in tribal leadership, as well as changes at the county itself. And I really have to hand it to Eric Ramakrishnan, our outside counsel, who is on the call now, and the attorney for the tribe, Jasmine Andreas, who have brought this over home plate, negotiating the final deal and transaction. And it is my understanding, just as of this morning, although I'm sure Eric will elaborate, that the tribal council did approve the agreements at their meeting earlier this week. So with that introduction, I'd like to turn it over to Eric, who can just walk you through the documents that are before you for approval and answer any questions.
Thanks, Stacy. All I plan to do at this time, unless the board has questions for me, is just to sort of lay out the three things that you would be approving if you choose to move the staff recommendation. And then again, I'm happy to answer any questions. The first thing that you would be approving is a resolution that authorizes the board president to execute the purchase and sale agreement that has been negotiated with the tribe. Again, as Stacy indicated, the tribal council has already approved that agreement at their meeting on the 11th of this month. And so now it's being brought to the board for its approval. Under that agreement, the county would be selling to the tribe the houses and the land that is part of the transaction for $137,000, which is equal to the appraised value minus a credit that has been negotiated with the tribe to reflect some money that it has put into the properties while renting them. The other thing that the tribal council has agreed to is that it will, for a period of 30 years, make the houses available at an affordable housing cost. And so there's a deed restriction that has been negotiated to do that. And I'll talk a little bit about the reason why that was negotiated in a second. The reason why the tribe was amenable to that is because they're already making the units available at an affordable housing cost. That's the purpose for which they've been leasing the properties from the county to do. So the first thing you'd be approving is a resolution authorizing the president to sign that PSA. And it would also authorize the county administrative officer to do any and all things necessary to complete the transaction. And in adopting that resolution, you would be finding that the sale is consistent with the general plan because the use of the property will not change. The second thing that you would be approving if you move the staff recommendation is a resolution finding that this transaction is exempt from the Surplus Land Act. As you know, typically a local public agency in California, before it sells a surplus property, has to go through a process of offering that property to certain government agencies or to affordable housing developers. But there are exemptions to that, including selling property for the purpose of affordable housing, which is consistent with the reason why the Surplus Land Act exists. But in order to take advantage of a Surplus Land Act exemption, you need to find that the transaction is exempt. That's the reason why the deed restriction restricting the units to affordable purposes has been negotiated so that the transaction can be found exempt under the Surplus Land Act, and so that we could offer the land directly to the tribe, which is already using the land, instead of having to make it, offer it more generally. And then the third thing that you would be approving if you move the staff recommendation is finding that this transaction is exempt under CEQA. The reason it's exempt is because no change to the current use is proposed. The tribe simply wants to own the land outright so that it can continue to use the land for affordable housing purposes. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about those items.
Thank you, Eric and Stacy. This is an exciting culmination, and I definitely support this. Is there any questions or comments? And then I'll go to public comment. Supervisor Peters.
Is this sale going to be handled like a traditional escrow where there's going to be additional fees that the county would be responsible for? Or is it a cash sale or?
Well, the transaction will be processed in escrow. I mean, land sale transactions always should be. It protects both parties from liability. The tribe is paying cash for the property. It won't be financed though. So there will be escrow transaction fees, and under the agreement, those are being split by the parties.
Right. Supervisor Dugan, did you have anything? I'm sorry, this is in your district.
I didn't have any questions. I just have comment, but I'm willing to defer to public comment first.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Dugan. Any further questions? Finance Director?
That's right. I didn't want to interrupt. I wasn't able to incorporate this into the agenda, but I would ask for the board to consider whether they want to direct the proceeds into our affordable housing fund.
Thank you for that, Janet. I think that's a great idea. I would support that. I see other nods. Yep. Well, if there's no questions, I'm going to go to public comment now. Do we have any public comment, Queenie?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Queenie. Then I'll turn it back over to Supervisor Dugan.
Thank you. And as stated earlier, you all have been at this a lot longer than I have, but it is, it's very exciting to have this as part of my district and to see all of the hard work come together to something that services the county, services the tribe, and now with the suggestion of turning those funds back in to affordable housing comes full circle and to support our goals of providing housing for everyone throughout the county. And I'm happy to make a motion to and the only question I have is, can we do them as a blanket or do we need to do them one at a time?
Oh, sorry, Derek.
Well, I was going to suggest a couple of things. One is that, and actually I should let Stacy answer this question. So go ahead, Stacy.
Right, because we may disagree. I actually did swap the order in the agenda from what Eric had proposed. I wanted the board, I put first on the list the finding of exemption from the Surplus Lands Act. But I'm comfortable with the board making one motion for all three recommended actions so that they occur simultaneously. And unless Eric has some strong reason to disagree, hopefully that's okay.
Yeah, I was going to recommend the same thing. If you just say I move the staff recommendation, then everything comes in. I just wanted clarity though on the appropriation. Is the idea to bring that back as a future consent item possibly, or do you want that incorporated into the motion? And Stacy, do you have any thoughts?
You know, it's not agendized, and I think I interpret it as the finance director asking for some guidance, and she would bring it back for confirmation at a later time.
So there's no board action that's required because this isn't spending money, it's receiving money. And so just need a direction as to I had everybody freeze on my screen, not sure why.
I was wondering if it was just me.
Yeah, it does. It looks like it was everybody. Temporary fire drill.
So we have to wait till folks trickle back in, I think.
I know here in Bridgeport, I was having flickers with the power all morning, so now I'm at the office.
Okay, I know that Supervisor Corliss and I lost internet, but her power is on, so I think she'll be joining us in a moment. So I apologize. Let's give her 1 second to get back on since she was part of that motion.
I'm back. Sorry.
I think we all lost connection there.
Oh, okay.
Still waiting for Supervisor Corliss.
Okay, it looks like everyone is back. When I think we dropped off, we were at the conclusion that the appropriations was a staff direction since it's not spending, and that the motion could include all recommended action items as stated in the agenda. And I believe we had a motion from Supervisor Dugan and a second from Supervisor Corliss. And if that's correct, and we have gone to public comment already, if there's no further comment, and if you do have comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, yes.
I was going to say, just to formalize it, you may just add to the motion, if it's okay with the motion maker, direction to Finance Director Dutcher to receive the funds into the Affordable Housing Fund.
That's fine. Move to include that as language as well.
And I'm sure the seconder is fine with that as well. So with that, I'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Great, thank you so much, Eric, Stacy, everyone who's worked on this, and congratulations to the tribe and the community there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay, we'll move on to our next item, while in the making, and it's great to be at this cumulative, I'm gonna butcher that, but this accumulation, if you will, of our endeavors and our mapping, our redistricting. This is redistricting. We have several resolutions. We'll adopt one, adopting our final map depicting the new supervisorial district boundaries for the next 10 years. And with that, I'll hand it over to CO Lawton, and then we do have IT Director Nate Greenberg here to walk us through the maps, and Christy Milovich to offer our legal guidance. And thank you to Eric Miller for also being here from the IT department. And with that, CO Lawton.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And we seem to have reached the conclusion of a long and interesting process that even if we had been together 10 years ago and 10 years before that, redistricting has changed significantly in California since the last effort. So a lot of our old lessons have kind of gone out the window. A brief recap: every 10 years, America counts itself. The United States Census is conducted, and pursuant to a chain of Supreme Court decisions in the 1960s, Baker versus Carr, Reynolds versus Sims, and I could go on, representation in legislative bodies is required to be a matter of one person, one vote. And every 10 years, when the census has been concluded, legislative bodies redraw their districts in order to ensure as nearly equal population as possible across districts. Our boundary is 10% variance from the smallest district to the largest one. There are probably more elaborate legal ways of describing it, but that's our constraint, that's our margin to work within, subject to some interpretation and justification. But if we keep it within 10%, we don't have to seek permission or explain. Our population in Mono County has decreased slightly, and I'm happy to be corrected. I think we're at 300 now. And that means that dividing Mono County into 5 districts would be 2,600, or maybe not. But anyway, we started this process in before our first hearing in September. Pursuant to law, we have held 5 public hearings, up from a minimum of 4. We established a redistricting website in September to engage the public in the process, providing them with the same data that you, the board, will be reviewing today, to solicit not only public comment, but public participation in submitting proposed legislative districts. We have a constraint of adopting a final map on December 15th. Pursuant to that, we had posted 6 potential maps on or before December 10th for public consideration, following a discussion at last week's board meeting. So with that, I would remind the board that they may choose any of the 6 maps, but we are not able at this point to alter any of the 6 maps. There's a range of choices, but those are the maps and the districts from which the board must choose. I want to thank again the Department of Information Technology and that team, led and supported by Nate Greenberg. I want to thank our County Counsel's Office, led and supported by Stacy Simon, Christy Milovich, who has really become an expert on some arcane things in a short period of time. And since Eric is here, I do want to specifically thank Eric for responding to last-minute requests, out of the blue ideas, and making this work in a manner that's accessible and understandable to the public. With that, Madam Chair, I will turn this back over to the board, and they may wish to consult with IT and County Council.
Okay, great. Thank you, CO Lawton. So I think that, we have 6 maps before us, and I think I'll let Nate, I hand it over to Nate to just update us a little bit on what was included in the packet versus what we should be looking at, just to make that clear for us and the public here. If you don't mind, Nate, please.
Sure, thank you very much. So I'll share my screen just really quickly to make sure that we're seeing and talking about the same things. So on the Mono County redistricting site is a link which is right on the homepage, view and comment on final maps. This has been up since the middle of last week and is included by reference in the agenda packet that went out last week. There was in the agenda packet also some PDF versions of each of these maps, which beneath the map itself had some demographics associated with it. And this morning we caught some errors in some of the numbers that were included within those maps. And so I'd like to just recognize those and basically encourage people to not pay attention to the numbers included on those PDFs, but rather on the redistricting site is a application here. If you click that blue button I was just referring to, it will take you to this. And all of the data and the demographics that's included within each of these alternatives is accurate and is what we should be basing the conversation on today as we walk through this.
Great, thank you, Nate. So I wonder if we could also review the public feedback and input. I know we've received a little bit through this this button we see here in the top left-hand corner, it's not on the screen anymore, but you're going to show us the public input we've received since these maps were published.
Sure. Yeah. So to date, there have been 4 public comments offered through the site. Those are represented here on my screen. There were a couple of questions that were not required to be responded to, but offered to the public. And one of those is if there was a preferred alternative map as a whole. This graph on the left shows you that 3 people indicated alternative 3 as a preference. 1 indicated alternative 4A as a preference. And then on the right, you see that there is some elaboration on that. And there are 2 comments with regard to alternative 3 and 1 with regard to alternative 4A. And I could read those if you'd like, or whatever is your pleasure. Oh, I should also comment that there is, or there was a general user comment, I guess, indicating that there was a lack of preference for alternative 1A.
Great, thank you. I think that's important. And I think before we go to deliberation, the board's seen these, and I think we want to hear from the public. If there's any public in attendance today that would like to provide public input on these maps, just to go beyond what we've already received, I think that would be great. So go ahead and raise your hand if you're in attendance and you'd like to give some input before the board deliberates which map.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Queenie. And then I think it comes now back to us to make a decision and to move forward. And as you said, we have 6 maps before us, and we've heard some public comments. As the chair, I will just go ahead and kick it off and then look to my colleagues to express yourselves and where you'd like to go with this. But I'd like to recommend, based on public comment and just the parity that map 3 presents for my district, District 1, as it is today, with adding some unincorporated Mono County, even though there's no people there in map 3, but just creating that, that would be my preference, and my vote would be for map 3. And then I will turn it over to Supervisor Corliss.
I can unmute myself. Thank you very much, Chair Kreitz, and thanks again to all the staff who've worked so hard on providing us the tools we need to make this decision. And thanks to everyone who's commented on this. In addition to the comment we received through the website, I did some work over the last week to try to engage some residents of the neighborhoods impacted here and get some feedback. And alternative 3 was the choice of the few people who had a clear choice. You know, I don't want to belabor it, but I think some of the, there's a sense among some people who have had representation outside Mammoth that it doesn't, they're not impacted because their supervisor won't ever live in Mammoth. But I want to remind everyone that all these map choices do have 3 supervisorial districts that are majority Mammoth Lakes population: District 1, District 3, and District 5. So I just want to assure everyone that we have done our level best to respond to those concerns, or at least I have, but I would say in getting to the choices where we are now that this entire board has. And I'll remind everyone, just put out there, that the reason we've come down to these choices is the board already voted to keep unincorporated communities in the Mono Basin together in District 3 and unincorporated communities in the Tri-Valley area in District 2. So again, that really constrains the choices that we have. So I could also support District 3. I do want to raise a concern you know, or something, a point of discussion. I don't know if it's a concern or not, just of it, this really does, in this map iteration, it does bring down the percentage of Hispanic population in District 1. I'm not sure if that's a concern, or looking at county council can remind us how we consider information like that in this decision. One other point I'd like to make, just I should have started with this. I think we should eliminate from consideration right off the bat 2 of the maps, and that is map 1B and map 4B. And the reason for that is that those maps exceed the 10% population variance. So I would, if we can all agree on that, we go ahead right off the bat, eliminate 1B and 4B. And then I'd like to hear from others on, again, I did hear from community members that from a few that map 3 was the preference. They also could support map 4A. What I would say was the second choice, and something I could support. So I'll leave it there and pass it along to other board members for comment.
Yeah, and I'm gonna, Supervisor Corliss, thank you. And you mentioned the decrease in Hispanic population in District 1 under 3A, but I will just note that all of them offer a minority. We go from 33% to 40%. None of them create a majority. And, you know, I don't know what it is today in the district. And I was asked that question, and I don't know what it is, but I think that from what I can see from this board, and of course, you can't predict the future boards, we are very cognizant of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've allocated funds, we have a special working group, we've done special studies. I don't think that there's a risk in the map 3 of disenfranchising anyone in the Latinx community. Not for me personally, as the current representative, and I plan to run again for that district. It wouldn't make a difference to me if it was 33% or 50 or 60%. My heart is in the same place. I'll turn it over now to another supervisor, Supervisor Dugan.
I would concur to drop the 2 maps that exceed the percentage. They're from looking at them all very closely, there didn't seem to be any particular benefit or issue regarding that. So I can concur with that as well. And alternative 3 was on my short list. The list is shorter now anyway, but it was there. I had looked at, wanting to make sure that there looked like equity, but also that a lot of the civic area and the school districts were properly represented, that not everything went to one person. So I can, my first choice was option 1A, A1 or 1A, and my second was option 3.
Anybody else wish to chime in on this, Supervisor Gardner or Supervisor Peters? No? Supervisor Gardner, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the comments made. I am very concerned about increasing the percentage of for the Latinx community. And so my first preference is clearly 4A because it does that. I think that's important. We passed a resolution talking about racism and equity, and are moving on that. And one of the things, in fact, that group talked about last week was having it be real, having it be including not just talk, but actions. This is an action. This is an action. This is an opportunity to focus on increasing the proportion of Hispanic population in a district. And so I support 4A initially. That's my highest priority, certainly at 39%. Alternative 2 does that as well, and alternative 1A at 36. But I think I support 4A because it supports the highest proportion for the Hispanic community, and I think that's very important.
Thank you, Supervisor Gardner. Supervisor Peters?
I'm okay with 3.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to make a motion that we adopt map 3 of our options here for redistricting, along with the associated resolution.
Second.
Is there any further deliberation? Okay, then I'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
No.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 4 yeses and 1 no.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And again, many, many thanks to the IT department and Christy Medlovich for all of your work on this. You know, I just want to highlight in the written comments, there was expressed real praise for staff. And I think that's something I've heard throughout when I was at the Rotary. And I think everybody here would echo that. This app that we had and the ability and the amount of public outreach and availability for the public to input was really exceptional and more than I would have ever imagined last year or at the beginning of this year. I guess it was last December when we first took this up. That could have, Nate and your team and Christy, you guys all just did a great job. Many, many thanks. And with that, we will go back into closed session and thank everybody for your work on this. Okay, we are done in closed session. No actions to report today out of closed session. So we'll adjourn our meeting today and we'll see you back here next week on December 21st. Everyone be well, enjoy the snow and stay safe and warm.